Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our meeting of September 26, 2023. Can I please have the roll call?
Mayor Sidney.
Present.
Rudy Beamon.
Present.
Councillor Gree.
Present.
Councillor McWhirter.
Present.
Councillor McDonald.
Present.
Councillor Sobalski. Councillor Andrew Dick.
Present.
Mayor Sidney, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. I just want to welcome the Renfrew Power Generation Board to our meeting this evening. Before we go into closed, I just want to welcome you and maybe take a few minutes to individually introduce yourselves and maybe just give us a little bit of your background, just a brief background, and then we can go into closed. Oh, any declarations of interest? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. In tonight's agenda, I do have a declaration of pecuniary interest. We are going to be discussing two bylaws that I won't be able to take part in. One is the firework bylaw, and the other one, I believe I should excuse myself from the transient bylaw too, as that obviously affects me as I'm a transient trader here in the town of Renfrew with my business of RC Fireworks. So I will be leaving the room on those two discussions tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for noting that. So that was all. I will turn it over to the chair of RPG.
Thank you very much. I just give you a brief background. I'm the oldest member of the board, meeting in age, so I'm going first. That was an executive decision, Ted. I've been a town resident for 70 years. I've been a homeowner and taxpayer since 1977 in the same house. You can see I don't move on very fast. I'm a civil engineer, professional engineer, retired category now. 74 when I graduated, I was a project engineer at Pontiac Pulp Mill. 78 to 1992, I was a project engineer and then became operations manager and finally mill manager of the Gillies Sawmill. 1992 to 2016, I've worked for the Renfrew Hydroelectric Commission for 8 years. I looked after generation and oversaw generation and distribution. And then in 2000 to 2016, I looked after Renfrew Hydro, which was strictly distribution. And I've been on the director of Renfrew Power Generation for approximately 6 years. And I'll turn this over to Ted.
Thanks, Tom. I joined the board about 6 years ago, but my background, I'm 40 years construction, project management with Ontario Power and then with Chalk River Nuclear Lab. So I've been in the business about 40 years, but since I retired, I've been on the board with Renfrew Power in the last 6 years. You know, the Dam 1 project that we did, I was the project manager for that. So.
Turn over to Mr. Leo Hall.
So it's live. Okay, it's live now. Perfect. Thank you and good evening to the council members. My name is Leo Hall. I also am from Renfrew. I was born here, not quite as long ago as the other directors. But yeah, yeah, I'm local. I was raised in a somewhat atypical family. It was a forestry family that my father was a forester and had come to the area. So I grew up in that type of a small business environment. Left town and I guess at 19 and went away to get an education. I did an engineering degree in mechanical engineering at Queen's and then followed that up a couple of years later with a master's degree in business administration at the University of Western Ontario. And after that, I went out to Alberta to get some experience and worked in the energy industry for about 5 years as a production engineer and a pipeline corrosion coating engineer. And at which point, my wife and I made a kind of a pivotal decision to come back to our roots, and we rejoined the family forestry business. I didn't realize how much I liked it. I grew up in it and thought I hated it until I got doing other things and found I liked the feel of it more than I realized I did. So I've spent the last since 1992 here, working in that business. And then also doing some other kind of entrepreneurial projects in real estate development. So yeah, and I'm not quite retired yet. I'm not as ambitious from a work standpoint as I was earlier, but I still have responsibilities, and I enjoy working as well, but I do have time. So 2 years ago now, a year ago, I joined the board. I can't remember. I'm the most recent board member anyway. I joined the board of Renfrew Power Generation primarily because I feel like renewable power is like a really interesting thing, and I wanted to be part of it and understand it better. And I thought maybe I could help a bit with project management because I'd had some experience with that. And so that pretty much summarizes my history and gives you a sense of who I am.
Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Sean Cameron. Been with Renfrew Power. I'm in my 28th year. Started as a part-time grass cutter, and I'm proof of how you work up the ladder. Don't quite have the education of these fellows, but I do have a couple years in college in instrument tech, and then went on to have both electrical license in construction maintenance and industrial. That's kind of where I started here, and then moved into the management probably the last 10 years, I guess. Great group of guys. I enjoy it very much. I do have a retirement date coming up in 5 years, but who's counting? But no, it's certainly a pleasure to work for RPG and certainly work with these knowledgeable gentlemen.
All right, I will read the motion to go into closed. That Renfrew Town Council convene in closed session with CAO Robert Tremblay, Treasurer Broom, Deputy Clerk Ehret, and representatives of Renfrew Power Generation, Inc. remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001, 2, Section 239I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position of, or interfere significantly with contractual or negotiations of a person, group, or persons or organizations, more specifically how it relates to Renfrew Power Generation. Mover, please. Revimo, seconded by Councillor Legree. All in favor? Thank you. We are now enclosed at 5:09. have the calling of the roll. Oh, we did that already, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry, we were in closed with Renfrew Power Generation, and we just heard from them and got some information from them. There's no further information at this time. On to the land acknowledgement. As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Can I please have you stand for O Canada? All right, I'm going to go on to C, presentations, delegations, and announcements. Tonight is a bit of a special night. Renfrew is very fortunate enough to have a lot of generous people that give their time, but one in particular recently has been recognized by the Governor General of Canada. So we welcome Grant Lavely and his family here. Grant has 42 years of volunteering with wrestling in Renfrew, almost 9,000 hours, which when we talked about it on Thursday, that's the equivalent, I think they said, to 4 years of work. So with that, he has trained, mentored, probably been a dad to a few wrestlers that have gone on to around the world. Ontario Championships, National Championships, Pan Am Games. So he was awarded the Lieutenant Governor's Sovereign Medal for volunteering, and it looks like this. So Thursday night I had the opportunity to present that to him at the barbecue for the wrestlers, but I thought it was really important that we get Grant to come to council and recognize him here and give him a town scroll and thank him for his, thousands and thousands of hours and the impact he's had on, I'm guessing, thousands of athletes that are now probably placed all over Canada, the U.S., all over that place. So Renfrew's wrestling is one of the ones that are, I guess, a lot of people are jealous of, and I think Grant's the backbone to that, and along with Norm Bujo and a lot of other people. So Grant, if you wouldn't mind coming up, please. Just before I stand up. The scroll that we're presenting to Grant says, congratulations. Says, the Corporation of the Town of Renfrew takes pride in presenting this scroll to Grant Lavely. Congratulations on being awarded the Governor General of Canada's Sovereign Medal for Volunteers. Your efforts and contributions in the town of Renfrew are inspirational to others. Thank you for your generously volunteering your time and supporting many athletes in our community over the years. There you go. Appreciate it very much. I'll give you this again. Okay. And then I think we're going to get one with family. And then we'll get a picture with the family, and then we'll get a picture with council. Chair away. You want to stand back, Rudy? Does it matter?
You're good.
What a nice man.
He was a good man. Yeah. Good guy.
And I'll just get all the council up as well.
It's been great. Been involved in sports for 59 years, and 42 of those with wrestling. And I've coached pretty well everything, volleyball, track. And I just encourage anybody that's listening out there to get involved and get off your butt, go and volunteer, because it's very, very rewarding, incredibly rewarding. I didn't know until after I received this that there's only 5 in Canada per year that get this award. So it's an honor to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more announcement that tomorrow evening, it's between 7 and 8:30, there is a information night at the Visitor Information Center on the construction of O'Brien Road, which I do believe will include the roundabout. So it's tomorrow night, September 27th, from 7 till 8:30 at the Visitor Information Center, which is the where the caboose is. So public is more than welcome to attend. Also, that this coming Saturday is Truth and Reconciliation Day, and there's events going on out at Mattaway Park from 11 till 12, and there is transportation, both regular and assisted transportation, leaving, I believe it's every 15 minutes from Town Hall, starting, I believe, at 10:30. There's all that information's on our Facebook page and our website, so I encourage everybody to come out and enjoy that and learn, and as we continue to move forward with Truth and Reconciliation. Any other announcements? Hearing none. All right, moving down to D41. And before we go there, I'll turn it over to Councillor Degree, Chair of Fire.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. The Fire, Recreation and Community Services met on September 19th, and I'll go over just a couple of quick highlights. If I get my computer working. Under Fire, Chief Guest presented the monthly report for August, which was received by committee. Chief Guest shared with us that the fire department had the opportunity to host a summer day camp children. The children got to tour the fire station and trucks and was educated on some fire prevention tips. The chief also updated us on a very needed ventilation system for the fire station. There were 2 proposals submitted, and I'm happy to say that we have awarded the RFP to Yeamans Electric from Renfrew. Moving on to the Mattaway expansion, Acting Director Aslan gave committee an update on the progress of the Mattaway expansion. The work continues to push ahead with a finish date of later in Q4 or early Q1. Stage 1 will have the rink and tenant spaces opening up, and then at a later date, Stage 2 will consist of the Culture Centre and Medicine Wheel opening up. Landscaping and paving is scheduled to be finished this year, and the inside of the building is progressing good. Treasurer Broom also gave us an update on the budget ending August 31st. Community Services. Director Thompson presented the Community Services report, which was received. The director said they had put out a survey on the summer day camps they ran, and the results were very positive. The fall program guide is out and can be accessed on our website or social media now. September 20th, they did a community showcase in conjunction with the Chamber of Commerce. It was a great way for residents to get out and meet people and the organizations. The director's team has started to put together the Craft and Beer Truck Festival, which will be on October 31st and run from 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. It'll include food vendors, craft beer and spirits, and live music. Who doesn't love beer and food? So make sure you mark this on your calendars. The director noted that the winter games are starting, the winter programs, are starting to be worked on. They will run December, January, and February. So keep a close eye on social media and our webpage for that. A couple last quick things here. On the community outreach piece, there was an RFP opened to replace the windows at the McDougall Mill Museum. And we've had some volunteers reach out with interest in volunteering with a focus on weeding and gardening the flower beds in the downtown core. They will be having their first meeting this week, I believe, on the 28th. And just a reminder to everyone, to view the meeting in its entirety or for further information regarding the discussion, I would strongly recommend watching the meeting on the town's YouTube channel or reviewing the agenda meeting minute package posted on the town's website calendar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to D.41, distribution of police record check revenue to municipalities. That Renfrew Town Council direct the CAO to prepare a letter to the Solicitor General of Ontario and Minister of Finance requesting reconsideration of the decision to remove revenue sharing with municipalities with respect to conducting record checks for municipal residents. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Degree. Any questions, comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Council. On to D5, Corporate Services and Economic Development. Revimo, did you have anything you would like to?
Very quickly, these are, with the exception of item D.5.6, are points that we had discussion at committee on September the 19th. I reported on some of them in general, and this is the result with reports coming to council with recommendations. I believe we're removing the D.5.2, but everything else remains the same. Thank you.
Great. Moving on to D51, RFP award of the Swinging Bridge. The Renfrew Town Council award the RFP for the Swinging Bridge lighting to R&R Electric for $22,500 plus HST, and further the Renfrew Town Council approved the additional provisions of an electrical panel upgrade at a cost of $5,200 plus HST. Mover, please. Revimo, seconded. Councilor McWhorter. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item came to Corporate Services Committee and Council and was deferred for 2 weeks to respond to any technical questions. So I'll read them. They're in the report under the committee section. Is the existing panel to be removed or be left as an extra? The existing panel will be removed. The panel that is removed will not serve as an extra due to its condition. So the existing panel, we're surprised that it hasn't been clocked out by ESA, so we have to replace it regardless. 100 amp panel for 120 volts LED light strips seems excessive, is the only option for the panel size. 100 amp panel is the minimum standard serviceable panel for this type of work. Thirdly, how will the lights be secured to the bridge? The lights are in an aluminum extrusion and frosted PC cover. The lights will be in said aluminum case and bolted into the underside of the bridge handrail. And 4, will there be extra cost to have the lights properly secured? All details to secure the lights properly are outlined in the proposal. There will be no additional cost to complete the work as outlined. One other further comment I received was whether we should postpone this work due to the waterfront master plan. What I advised the councillor was that no, you postpone this work. You have to do this work at some point, lighting the bridge, both for visitor appeal but also for safety needs to be done. The panel probably needed to be replaced many years ago, just like many other life cycle work, so we recommend proceeding. And yes, as part of the waterfront master plan, there are a number of works that need to be done, including clean up the shore, updating the O'Brien band shell, work at Forgy and O'Brien Park and at the museum. That being said, Rome wasn't built in a day, and we feel that this project should be done, and if not done now, will be done later and likely at a higher cost. So it's not just for beautification and aesthetics, it's really for safety, as it is a walking route for some of the students and is used 12 months of the year. So if there are any further questions, I'd gladly take them.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the concept. I just don't support the timing, like I mentioned earlier on. I'd rather wait until the waterway master plan's done, as the CEO mentioned. They could come out with recommendations for even a bit more than what we're looking for in terms of the whole process there. So, like you mentioned, there's other stuff to do. The orange snow fences all around there, the dead trees. I don't know where that falls under, whether it's RPG or if that's a town issue right by the museum. To me, we're just putting lipstick on the classic pig. But I was also wondering, we brought up safety and liability issues, and I agree with you. I went down there at night last week, and I took a look around. And the side over by the museum is well lit up. It's the other side over by the RPG, which is in complete darkness. And I'll address this to you, CEO. I don't know who that falls under. They have a floodlight there, right at the far east end of the walking bridge that's burnt out, and that would have illuminated in terms of safety issues and liability, because it is one. It's complete dark there at nighttime, but it's also heading up the stairwell to Mutual Street, I think is the Mutual Avenue. The stairwell's complete darkness, and I think that's all RPG ground. And so I don't know where the liability and the safety issue falls under, but something needs to be done there. And if we talk strip lighting, I don't think we deal with the issue with regard to safety and liability issues. So two different things here.
Sure.
I'd like to put it off until we get the full report. I understand what you're saying. It's not a hill I'm going to die on, but I just think they could come out with more. So whether that money's pocketed, I like what the mayor came up with regard to the lighting, but do we put it away until the plan? And I don't even know when the plan comes out. If you can touch up on that too. When the plan comes out. So those are the issues. But the key one is the safety and liability. I don't know who looks after that, but it's complete darkness at nighttime.
Certainly.
The path walking up the stairs and all that sort of stuff, not even the bridge. So I'll leave that with you.
We can follow up with RPG, but the swinging bridge has no operational requirement for the RPG, so it's currently our infrastructure. So we can have a conversation with them. Them is us. So at the end of the day, I know we've go back and forth on who pays for fences and who pays for lighting, but them is us. In terms of the waterfront master plan, it has been issued and awarded, and they'll be making a presentation in October to kick off the process, along with the Arts Heritage Master Plan and the Parks and Rec Master Plan. So all those presentations are forthcoming. I would say there's a lot to do in the waterfront area. There's the Lindsay property that we've taken over that needs some work. We're talking to the stewards about their property and a commitment to develop their work. O'Brien Park hasn't been touched. O'Brien Bandstand hasn't been touched. The Mill Museum doesn't have public washrooms during certain times of the year. Forgy Park really has no amenities. There's no connection between Forgy Park and O'Brien Park. So what I would just say is the expanse of the work that we want to achieve in the waterfront master study area is large. And this project, whether the consultants recommend lighting this up like Niagara Falls, I would say it's probably not cost. I think this is a solution that's cost effective and takes away one part of the project, because we've done the rehabilitation of the bridge already, so it's completing kind of that project. Why we should have looked at that probably when we did the bridge rehab. But again, that process is just starting, and yes, it can look at the bridge lighting, but I would suggest there's a lot to do at the waterfront that will be costly, and council will have to make choices on phasing. So, but we can follow up with RPG about if there's a standard out and whether it's of their responsibility or ours, in addition for safety purposes, in addition to whatever council decides. I would say you can't postpone this because pricing is secured for a number of days. So if council doesn't want to proceed, you'd vote it down, and then we'd take our chances if we go back to whatever solution we'd be looking at for lighting the bridge. But you can't postpone this any further. You should either support it or not support it.
Any other questions? Councillor McWhorter?
I just have, to echo Councillor McDonald's concerns, my concern would be spending money that would be wasted if we had to turn around and redo it, like if it didn't fall in under what was suggested by the contractors. But to you, CEO, you believe this is what would be designated for that? I mean, I'm not sure what else you would do with the bridge for lighting myself. And if it is a safety concern, then that might be the way to go. But again, I'm with Councillor McDonald. I just hate to spend the money and then have to re-spend the money again, but not sure how that should go.
Certainly through you. One of the conversations I've had this with Councillor Dick, just to give credit to the person who asked the question about the fence, and we want to deal with the fence in a timely fashion, because we're looking at all options at the shoreline, including cleaning up the shoreline, but maybe a boardwalk connecting the parks. The location of the fence, we want to get some direction from the consultant before doing that, understanding that the snow fence is ugly, but we don't want to put in a fence that we have to move. I think the bridge is the bridge, to be honest, and this solution is cost effective versus if the consultant said, like I gave the example, light it up like Niagara Falls. There's so much to do at the waterfront that I would say my opinion would be this is kind of what we can afford, and then deals with the bridge that's been rehabbed, because we will have a lot of work to do, both in terms of cleanup that we can use in-town forces for, but then also other infrastructure that the landscape architects that are part of this firm are going to recommend, and also any improvements maybe to the O'Brien Museum or the band shell. Like, there's some infrastructure issues, and there's no real amenities at Forgy Park as an example. So there's a lot to do. So I don't think this is wasted. I don't think it's getting too far ahead on the waterfront master plan, whereas maybe the location of the fence might, and we might have to deal with that from a safety perspective, and we're trying to get some insights from them. But I think on this one, I think it's what we can afford, and any solution kind of greater or fancier than this, we likely wouldn't prioritize over all the other great things we need to do at the waterfront.
Councillor McWhorter?
So if you're okay with that, CEO, we'll just blame you if it turns out south okay.
Any other questions? Councillor Andrew Dick?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. Through you. So I'm kind of, I like what CEO Tremblay said, and I appreciate the comments coming from the other councillors. Bottom line is I think the taxpayers has asked for change down there. I get that a lot. And this is the start of change. And I think this is the first step in making that area beautiful. I've really bounced back and forth, and I've had some conversations with individuals, and I was really upset at the fact that we were putting the lights up and we still had an orange snow fence. But then I was explained, that we don't want to put up a brand new fence and spend all that money, and then we have to remove it because we might put a boardwalk in there, or bigger ideas, so I get that. And I'm not happy it's over budget. You guys know where I stand on over budget stuff, but I do think, personally, I think we should move forward with this. And I can tell you probably 5 days ago I wasn't thinking this way. However, after, we debate and we listen to everybody, what everybody's saying, and we're allowed to change our minds. And you know what? I'm willing to take the bunts on the head from certain members of the public, because some people aren't going to be happy about this. But you know what? I think it's the start for what we're envisioning to come down to this area. And this is a start. And also, just to remind council, we did already approve this in budget for the 2023 budget, so the money is there. So I just want to throw my 2 cents in, because this is what it's all about, is healthy debate and conversation, and that is where I stand on this issue. Thank you.
Councillor Gray?
Through you, Mayor Sidney. So I was kind of on the fence, to be honest with you, but now that I take a look at it, Councillor McDonald is right. It is dark down there. By lighting up the bridge and upgrading the panel, that's not going to be changed next year. Like, if we put it off this year, we're going to do it next year, and as you know, prices go up every year. So I think they go up every day almost. But so I'm in favor of this now, and I think it should move forward.
Thank you. Revimo?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of safety in one instance, and then I think too that getting it, now that it's been, or will be hopefully approved, then the consultants will know that, and they'll just have to paint on the canvas we give them. Like, it's not, the opportunity to light up the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor. This is a swinging bridge in Renfrew, and it has to be subdued and safe, but also blend into the landscape. So, I don't suspect we're going to have waving lights on either side of it. So I think it makes sense, and they essentially have to paint on the canvas we give them. I guess is my final thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks. I just have a couple comments. One on the over budget piece for the electrical panel. I don't even know if that's to code. So I think regardless, we would have to do it if you want to have music down there. So that's the piece that kind of bumped it over budget. And the people that I've talked to and have heard about this, a lot of people are excited. They're really excited that council's taking a look at down there and focusing on making it better. And as CAO said, like, there's a lot of work to be done down there. And the amount of people that I say we're doing a waterfront master plan and they say we don't have any waterfront, and you explain where, they're like, how are you doing that? And I'm like, well, that's why we're doing the master plan. But as far as it goes, I think this is, as Councillor Andrew Dick said, it's the first step in going in that direction. And so that's just kind of where I'm at. So any other, yeah.
Apologies, I should have updated on the fence. The fence I brought to council 2 years ago, and then it was held off because of the massive reconstruction of Stewart Street, and then there was the conversation. So it was budgeted, there was tenders, quotes that were sought, and RPG and the town of Renfrew had an agreement on how it was going to proceed, and then the construction delayed it. And then there was conversation about doing something along the waterfront, so it was delayed again. But RPG was interested because there were people coming from the mill side to the base of the dam, and it was a bit of, not a bit, it's a significant safety issue, and so the fencing would be valuable along that side. So I think, not speaking for the board, but I know that they were very concerned about it moving forward, and we'll keep in contact with the town until it's ready to go.
Any other questions? Councillor Andrew Dick?
You can cut me off, Mayor Sidney, if I'm getting off topic, which I think I'm about to. Can we put the fence up and they can paint the canvas we provide? Because I'd love to see a fence up there, and I think the whole town would. Because that's no fences. That needs to go. That's just my thoughts, CEO Trombley, Mayor Sidney. And Reeve Emo, I'm just throwing it out there. And I think we're off topic,
With
and I
respect,
apologize.
I think you might have to wait till spring.
Okay.
Yeah, just given the suppliers right now.
Okay.
And just on that point, we're hoping to get some clarity from, Amanda's already raised it with the waterfront consultants to location. It's been in the budget for 3 years. The intent was to do it, but then with the focus on the waterfront and even from the strat plan and the strategic importance of that area. So we're hoping to get to know for sure and then get it done in the spring and locate it, just giving the time for the landscape architects that are part of the firm doing the waterfront master plan, so they can give us direction. If we can't do it all in the spring, do some or most of it, depending. There's also a major sewer line that likely needs to be replaced before we do any nice stuff at the top there. So we're doing a bunch of technical exercises to make sure we get it right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Yep. D5-2, licensing review draft bylaw and updates. I believe there is a motion to Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we can push this out for 2 weeks.
So, yeah. So you move that?
Yes.
Second?
Yes, I do.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Legree? Any debate on that? All in favor? That's carried. We will put that off for 2 weeks. On to D5-3, corporate cell phone policy. The Renfrew Town Council approved the corporate cell phone policy and direct staff to negotiate with a vendor for implementation of a new contract to commence on December 6th of 2023. Mover, please. Councillor McWhirter, second by Reeve Emo. Any questions? Councillor Andrew Dick.
So I just don't think we want to just pass this without having a conversation. So I'm trying to think of the politically way to put this. Is this cell phone plan, yeah, so right now, the contract we have now has 240 members on it. So just because I'm pretty good at math, how many staff employees do we have? Not 245. So someone's gonna have to handle this because I don't feel comfortable approving a cell phone plan for 245 members.
It's not.
Okay.
This is why it's changing.
Yeah, so I did briefly read it, but if someone could give me the cliff notes on it, and we can go from there.
CEO Trombley?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and we just want to point out that Jen Fleming did some wonderful work out of finance, so Aaron and I can take the work that she did. So currently, the way that it worked, 245 members, I would say the broader community are part of the cell phone plan. So, and it was on the basis that they would get kind of government rates, and we don't reimburse them, but we do the administrative work. So we get a bill, and then people through electronic fund transfers pay us back. 18 non-union employees representing 7% of the total people currently are reimbursed for their cell phones. 75% of the 245 are either previous employees or family members of employees, so there's some kind of relationship. What the policy basically says is it's not a perk, it's a tool. And if you need a cell phone for purposes of work, you will get a cell phone specifically for work purposes. And that the policy sets out criteria on who would get a cell phone, and it would be on the basic plan. So they would get a phone, which I believe is a Samsung, which is the basic plan that you can access email, text messages, and phone for the purposes of your work. And we're focusing on basically the nature of the work assigned limits the ability to use the office or other departmental phones. So if you're not sitting by a phone, the nature of the work requires the individual to be reasonably available outside of normal office hours, in keeping though with the town's right to disconnect, or the nature of the work assigned is critical to the operation of the town and an immediate and timely response is required. So if you need a phone for work purposes, you'll get one. If you do not need it for work purposes, you're not getting one. And anybody that is on the current plan and has no work-related function, even if they were paying on their own, we're not going to be the middleman anymore, and they've been notified accordingly. And we're hoping that those that we get, so we're not assigning phones based on unionization or non-unionization if you need it for the job. And we can, as we've talked through our efficiency and effectiveness reviews of using greater use of technology to improve service delivery and job functions, and for instance, timesheets, instead of writing on a card, you could do your timesheet on an app. So that's what this policy says, is if you need it for work, you'll get a cell phone. If you don't need it for work, you're not getting one. And if you're currently on the existing plan, you won't be in a few short months.
Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Sidney. So just to be clear, it didn't, because this might be looked at a different way, so I just want to be clear about it. So out of the 245 people, the town did not pay for those cell phones. However, our staff administrate it for those 245 people. Okay, so thank you very much to staff for rectifying this problem and noticing that there was an issue. And yeah, let's get this fixed and only town employees be using plans that are being administrated by our town staff and being paid by tax dollars. So thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor of this policy? That's carried. Thank you, Council. On to D54, surplus property update, 210 Ready Avenue. The Renfrew Town Council declare the land situated at 210 Ready Avenue, roll number 47400008506300, as surplus to the town's needs and to proceed to sale through an expression of interest process. Mover, please. Councillor Gris, second by Rivimo. Open for discussion. Councillor Gris?
I apologize, but I do have questions.
Hang on, Councillor Gris first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Councillor Dick. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'll be short. So the Ready, and then the next one coming up, the 7th Street properties, I'm just wanted to say I'm happy we're proceeding with an expression of interest process for both these properties. This will kind of give council, you know, the true picture of what the owner wants to do with the properties and see how they want to be developed. So I just wanted to say I was happy with that. Thanks.
I'm just going to jump in before you, Councillor. We are not selling the park, just so people are aware. You know, there's a lot of misconceptions that this is part of RCF Park. It is not. It is an actual piece of property that the town inherited somehow, so we're just looking to make use of it. So, anyway, Councillor Anderdick.
That leads to my question, Mayor Sidney, and thank you. Through you, so I just want to confirm that tonight we are just approving the fact that we're going to proceed to put it on the market. Then once we have some suitors that are willing to buy it, those suitors will come back to council, and council gets to decide on who we want to sell it to. Just how does that process work, if someone could explain that to me? And I want to make it clear to the public, because I think a lot of public will just say, oh my God, they're selling it. But tonight is we're just proceeding to try and sell it, but we're not selling it just yet.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, we're declaring it surplus for the purpose of sale. We're recommending an expression of interest process. And what that does, similar to an RFP, is sets a number of criteria. Because we own the land, we should be able to shape what goes on the land. And there's criteria established in both reports where we'll see what we get. And the minimum bid will be the market appraisal for the best use of the land. So we're not, so that's the minimum bid. And there will be a bid deposit. And proponents will be asked to provide detailed submissions that meet a certain number of criteria. In this case, contributions to the overall area, including the nearby park. But we also are wanting to increase housing. We want to make sure that it's not an ugly building. We want to make sure that environmental concerns are looked at. There will be a review team at the staff level because we don't want to politicize the review piece. So myself, Eric Withers, the Director of Development and Environment, and Jacob Collins, the real estate and property coordinator, will review the submissions and bring forward a recommended the recommended project that meets the criteria in terms of points. So it will be done in a public way. The alternative is, and if you've seen news stories across the province, we want to make sure that the process is not political, that it is based on a number of criteria, and that council then will satisfy itself before awarding the project. And we will put some restrictive covenants on title should we sell, in terms of how quickly they build, how quickly they get any zoning, all those things. And we're going to see. And if we don't get anybody, then we'll come back to council and say we got nobody that's a value. Do it by tender to the highest bidder, or do it, get a real estate agent and market it. But for both these properties, we're going to give it a go and see if this is a way for us as a town to shape what we want to do, and that it can meet council's strategic objectives in terms of increasing housing, affordable housing, good-looking design, environmental concerns, all that stuff. So we'll see how it goes for both these properties and report back.
Councilor McWhorter.
You, Mayor, to CO. Two questions. First question is, do you have some kind of template scoring that you would do, and would we have access to that? Should somebody ask or whatever?
Yes. Through the attainable housing work that the consultant's helping us with, there is an expression of interest they have because they do a number of projects assessing attainable housing projects. So we're going to use that as a basis, and we'll, through Rudy and our comms team, will be pushing that out to the public. It'll be on our website. So once that's public, we'll let council know, and we'll evaluate. So they have to meet the minimum price requirement, but then we'll kind of see, can they, the other one that's coming is smaller, so you can't fit tons of units on it, but there'll be different criteria that we'll be able to share with council when it goes public. And then we're hoping that it'll be open for about a month. We'll evaluate and come back to council with the selected. And it could be that there's like two great submissions, and so staff bring them both forward to council to select. But we'll see what we get once we put it out. So we will provide it.
Thank you. And my second question is, in the past, the town has sold property that the town owned, acreage, at reduced prices, and there was always a stipulation you had so long to put a building up. That's the reason we sold it so inexpensive. We wanted to see someone get a building up on there. But it always seemed to fail and I'm pretty sure Mayor Sidney knows who I'm talking about. There was a few developers who bought property and never actually put a house on it or building on it, and managed to delay to the point where it didn't matter what we thought. And those lands are still vacant.
I think the way around that is through restrictive covenants on title and looking at the time frame and the buyback. So we're going to stipulate that you don't build it, it comes back to us for $1. So what we'll do is we'll outline that in the EOI, the expression of interest process, but then also in the offer of purchase and sale, and then that gets registered on title. And the hope is to, because of the market has changed and there is a need and there is land, so is that 36 months? Is it more? I think that's Eric, I think, will provide some guidance on that. But to your point, yes, we want the lands built on, and if they're not, then they'll come back to us and we'll remarket them.
Any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, council. On to D55, surplus property update, town-owned property on 7th Street. The Renfrew Town Council declare the vacant land situated on 7th Street as surplus to the town's needs, proceed to sale through the expression of interest process, and give notice to the adjacent property owners terminating the 1975 agreement for use of the land. Mover, please. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, council. On to D56, project management specialist. The Renfrew Town Council approved the creation of a project management specialist position effective immediately with the Treasurer and CAO to allocate the necessary funds in the 2023 and 2024 budgets. Mover, please. Grievimo, second by Councillor Legree. Open for discussion. Councillor McDonald?
Yeah, I don't know if someone wants to flesh out the whole thing, what we need later, but I do have some questions. One is, would this hire also look after what falls under their I guess, authority? I'm thinking of paving roads, like do we throw a bunch, not just projects that we're going to build, but also like the sidewalks, paving roads, all that sort of stuff? That's my first. Explain what comes under his umbrella. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So we currently have a position that does a lot of that work, which is Connor Jameson's substantive role. So the engineering technician, a large part of that role is the road construction projects. Part of this position is to respond to some of the preliminary findings we're hearing on the Mattaway third-party review and also the winter-summer maintenance review of that we don't have project management specialists other than the crew that has really done major road capital work like Lockheil and Argyle as an example. So we do have some members of the team that do that. So it's all, so the fence that took 3 years, that hasn't been built in 3 years. Chief Guest is here. He had to put out his tender on repointing the brick at the fire hall. While that's appreciated that he's able to do that, but he has other important work to be done. So basically between this role and the engineering technician that is currently vacant because the incumbent's acting director, they would kind of tag team all of the capital works. The current role isn't charged back to the capital budget, but it should be. And based on PSAB, those costs should be reflected in the value of those capital projects and then capitalized as part of a PSAB and our tangible capital asset listing. So what we think is there's a void, there's a lack of expertise in-house, and as a good example, when we brought in Colliers to help with Mattaway, just to get us to the project completion till the end of the year, it's costing $86,000. So there is a need for this. So we have some staff that have good expertise on some large road projects. We don't have it on. They can probably, we're hoping to do a lot more road projects, so they'll probably have to pitch in there as well. But all of our capital works in terms of our facilities, like for instance, I'm project managing the town hall project with some assistance from Jacob and Connor. And while it's fun. I have other stuff to do. So just as an example, just like getting the chief to be doing the tender for brick repointing and then chasing the vendor who was way more pricey than when he submitted a quote a year before. There's a bunch of work that needs to be done and done in a professional way, and project specialists are trained. There's a methodology, there's an accreditation. We lack that, and then when we go out to get it, either too late or when we do it, we're usually paying a premium versus bringing those services in-house to probably save us money and make sure projects are done on time, within scope, on budget. So they'll work in tandem with that other existing role.
Review?
Too, they'll also be developing a consistent reporting format to council. And so, you know, an evaluation of the project, consistent report coming in, the 4 projects, percentage increase, or percentage completed, number of work orders, variance from budget, things like that. So you'll have more current information as we go through it. And so I think that's probably not overseeing the projects, but not being able to report on them is probably equally as important. And then also a report at the end of the project too. So those 3 pieces we've been missing badly. And so the consistency in going out for expressions of interest and then for RFPs and then evaluating them and then pushing them through, we haven't got that in-house. So it's a necessary tool for us at this point.
Councilor McWhorter?
Through you, Mayor, for CEO. So we currently have a project manager out of Mattaway that's, I guess, what you would call part-time. So is there any, if we were to hire someone to take that position, obviously they would oversee that, the rest of Mattaway. Is there any penalties for canceling that project or that project manager? And actually, I would feel really a lot better if I had someone there with eyes on what's going on daily, and that I could call and say, hey, what's going on today? And I'd feel a lot more comfortable with those type of projects. I know we have another one possibly coming up with a downsized garage. But
Yes, so when we awarded to Colliers, it's really to get to project completion, substantial completion, and most of the building will be by the end of the year. There's a bunch of work post occupancy in terms of warranties and all that stuff that this position would then take on. We also, Director Aslan has been helping out and pitched in to kind of complete the project. He's also retiring in the near future, so we're going to be at a loss both in terms of unless we extend Colliers and add to the costs, and the oversight from Director Aslan that we've repurposed to assist on asset management and on this project. So by the time we're coming now to get this approval so that we can post it, get them in, they give their notice, by the time we get them, we'll be nearing the completion of substantial completion with Mattaway, and then they can do some carryover with the file with Colliers and Director Aslan, and then carry it over on the warranties, and then focus on, we approve the budget by the end of the year, getting all those tenders and RFPs out and doing that work. So we can put them to work fairly quickly. So it'll provide that transition on Mattaway to your question.
if I may, just wondering who would he fall under, like Public Works or?
Yet to be determined. Yep, yet to be determined, but in closed session, we're going to have some conversation about the organizational structure going forward, some of the legal advice we have, some labor relations related matters, some identifiable individuals. So there is a plan of attack. I would say that they would work closely with the engineering technician, which would be a good statement to say, that it would make sense that our kind of capital specialists work really closely together.
Any other questions? Councillor Anderdick.
Thank you, Mayor Sidney, through you. So a lot of my questions were answered through that process, so thank you to other members of council for asking the questions. I think it's important to note to the public, because they're going to see that we're hiring someone else and some people are going to get upset, but I think it's very important, and CEO Tremblay said it perfect. CEO Tremblay was hired by the town to do COA duties, and right now he's doing project manager jobs, and that's not what we hired him to do. Chief Guest is hired to run the fire department and bylaw, and sometimes hours in the day are taken away from that job, and he is being a project manager. So I think this is a good hire. I think we should move forward with this. I do have a quick question. Would he oversee any of our town staff doing, or sorry, he or she, would they cover, like, if our staff were doing sidewalks or stuff like that, and he or she was not busy, could we direct them to oversee those projects?
I think they would be focusing on major capital, and then I would expect the supervisors and the directors on the operational level to be having good oversight of their staff, ensuring that our internal resources are deployed as they should be. That being said, they're going to be project specialists, so there will be some capital that I'm hopeful we can do in-house, but could assist with the project schedule, the project plan, the reporting to committee, that kind of stuff. So yes, they'd be involved, but I think it doesn't take away from the responsibility of supervisors and directors and managers to manage their staff and their staff resources accordingly.
Any other questions? Hearing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, Council. On to D57 Strategic Plan Update. That Renfrew Town Council received this progress update for information purposes and endorse the plan's Horizon Renfrew 2035 and the preliminary areas of strategic focus, community environment, growth, infrastructure, organization, and services. Mover, please. Revimo, seconded by Councilor McWhirter. I will turn it over to CAO Tremblay for the report.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank council members who participated in individual interviews with former Clerk Bulmer, and your insights actually match up very well with the 10 community stakeholders we interviewed, the community survey that had more than 200 responses, and also the staff focus groups we did. What we're hearing is, I would say, growth, infrastructure, and community were really high on the list, and there are some key items in terms of organization, so accountability and transparency, financial sustainability of the organization, but also services and service levels and determining service levels. So those are the key areas of focus. What will happen next, and the Horizon's important, as next step will be to bring some strategies to meet these to council at committee of the whole for you to prioritize in terms of short, low, medium, high, but then also in terms of timeframes. And staff will also give you an indication of what these things would cost. So the goal is to come back in October with the draft strategies, get council's input, go back to the community for a survey to prioritize what we've come up with, and then the goal is to have a plan by the end of the year. And then the good work of this will be it's going to guide everything we do. So in terms of the budget, the departmental work plans, the work that council expects staff to do should be anchored in the strat plan. So that means there's certain things we're going to stop doing, there's things we're going to do better, there's things we're going to start doing that we haven't been doing. But the goal of a strat plan is to be very clear on expectations on where we're going, and at the same time trying to achieve the vision for 2035. So although we spent a lot of time thinking about 10 years in the past, at some point in time we got to start thinking about 2035, and so that's what my role will be as CAO, is to push you in that direction. So this is just a good news story in the sense that council, community partners, the community survey, and staff all agree kind of on the main key areas we need to focus on, and the next level will be the detail, the strategies and actions that council wants to prioritize over the course of the plan.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried, thank you. On to confirmation of minutes. That Renfrew Town Council confirmed the regular minutes of council dated September 12th, 2023, minutes of the special council meeting dated September 19th, 2023, and the closed session minutes of the regular meeting of September 12th, 2023, and the closed session minutes of the special meeting of council dated September 19th, 2023, understanding that they remain confidential. Mover. Councillor Degree, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you, Council. On to motions of which notice has been previously been given. H1, council appointments to outside organizations, committees by Councillor McDonald. The motion is, whereas at the beginning of the council term, council approved appointments to a variety of bodies, and whereas after 1 year it is appropriate to undertake a review of existing appointments, therefore be it resolved that Renfrew Town Council direct the CAO to consult with members of council, and that the clerk bring forward the necessary bylaw to confirm any changes to assignments. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhirter. Any questions on this? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. H2, financial review options by Councillor Andrew Dick. Whereas the town of Renfrew is the sole shareholder of both Renfrew Hydro Inc. and Renfrew Power Generation, and whereas the entities hold equity and value to the ratepayers of the town of Renfrew, therefore be resolved that the Renfrew Town Council direct the CAO to report back prior to the 2024 budget process on options for an external financial review of both the Renfrew Hydro Incorporated RHI and Renfrew Power Generation RPG, and in consultation with both entities. Mover, please. Councillor Andrew Dick, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Any questions? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. H3, transparency, local boards and entities. Councillor McDonald's motion. Whereas Council appoints members to outside local boards and entities, and whereas Council is committed to accountability and transparency in decision-making, therefore be it resolved that Renfrew Town Council direct the CAO and clerk to bring forward a report on encouraging greater meeting accountability and transparency for local boards and entities, including consultation with and recommendations to those external groups. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McWhorter. Any questions on this? Revimo?
I think we may run into some struggles with this because both RHI and RPG are for-profits, and as such, my understanding is they don't follow under the procedural bylaw similar to our ad hoc committees and our standing committees. So they're in terms of that might cause some frictions, not meaning big F frictions, small F frictions, in terms of matching up with our expectations and what their responsibilities are as a for-profit board. And I think maybe if we could suggest, it might be good at some point for us to have a refresher on governance for-profit boards, and I think probably for both of those boards as well, because when I look at the practices of both of them, it's a bit of an amalgam of what might be for-profit agenda, plus some municipal practices that have crept in, and I'll take the responsibility for that at RPG. I've tried to inject some things into it to make it, and they've accommodated me over the years, but it may not be the proper process, so I think it might be good to educate ourselves and the boards on governance as a for-profit board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, absolutely.
And just to through you, Mr. Mayor, what the Reeve is pointing out, yes, there's RPG and RHI, but there's also the Police Services Board, the BIA, that are closer. The libraries recently, so there's a number of other entities that have either their own piece of legislation or fit within the Municipal Act and might be clear local boards, and maybe where they don't have a procedural bylaw and likely need one. So it's yes, we'll have that conversation with RPG and RHI. We know, for instance, as the Rivas pointed out, as one of the members on those boards, they do quarterly reports. Can they be shared publicly? How are they shared with council? So there's different ways to look at accountability and transparency, and to look at all local boards and entities, and kind of summarize that and bring that forward to council.
Any other questions? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, council. Motions requiring suspension of rules, there's none. Notice of motion. Hearing none. Moving on to K2.
It's tendencies of tendencies.
I caught that. The Renfrew Town Council convened in closed session with CAO Deputy Clerk Robert Tremblay, Treasurer Broom remaining in the room pursuant to the following sections of the Municipal Act 2001, 2, Section 239B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board member employees, and Section 239D, labor relations or employment negotiations. Section 239F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And Section 239K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or be carried on by or behalf of the municipality or local boards, more specifically how it relates to organizational structure, BDF, and tenancies at 1 Innovation Drive, FK. Mover, please. Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Legree. All in favor? Thank you, council. We are now in closed session at 7:04. All right, welcome back to our council meeting as we just came out of closed session. The update is council received an update on HR matters with direction to the CAO to proceed with changes to the organizational structure within existing resources. Also direction to staff on lease negotiations for certain tenants at One Innovation Drive. Now we're going to move on to bylaws. That the bylaws listed on the agenda of September 26, 2023 be taken as read and passed. 72-2023 corporate cell phone policy, 73-2023 confirming. Mover, please. Councillor Legree, seconded by Councillor Andrew Dick. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Council. Upcoming meetings, sorry. Regular council meeting October 10th at 6. Environment, Infrastructure and Public Works Standing Committee October 3rd at 10 a.m. Economic Development, Planning and Tourism Standing Committee October 3rd at 2 p.m. Corporate Services and Economic Development Standing Committee, that's got to change, October 9th at 10 a.m. Recreation, Fire and Protective Services Standing Committee October 19th at 2 p.m. And Committee of the Whole meeting October 19th at 6 p.m. And we are adjourned at 9:11. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Give me a second.
We don't meet next Tuesday.